Hey, sir. So, yeah. Hey, sir. Hartstikke thank you. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I'm just kidding. Doesn't count. That doesn't count as the one and done. Well, if it's really that important, then we'll back it up by doing CSR attempts. If I don't get a reactor like right now, then that's gonna be what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, I don't normally stream this late on Wednesdays. Normally I'm streaming earlier because I gotta go to work. Like, normally I'm leaving for work like right now. But I'll expect a day off today, so don't get used to it, that's all I'm saying. Don't get used to it, but we're here. Anyone watching FF7, so if can't get the run going now, then play CSR. Just for you. Alright, patient job.
More like advanced emulator collection. It's just a collection of emulators and ROMs.
No, I'm just kidding. What's up, Pep? That collection looks pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I'm a Soten pleb. That's the only kind of Castlevania game I've played in that style. Holy shit, that is a good gift. What a terrible day for me to be playing FF7. Thank you, Pat. You're right, Alucard. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. No, I was just making some low-hanging fruit Castlevania reference. The stuff, I mean, I'm playing on console, so unless you think I'm smart enough to reverse engineer the game and patched it ISO to give myself perfect RNG, yeah, we're playing on console, so. If right now I suddenly got a ROM which had like perfect RNG, that would look really, 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 really fucking bad. Like, getting lucky isn't a crime type shit. If you know, you know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, no, you can't. You have to show a hard reset. For this game, you need to show a hard reset because each time you boot the game up, the variables get set back to the way they were. And you need to show that you're not, like, manipulating the encounters. So you gotta show the hard reset. But, I mean, my mic's not on the VOD yet. You could read my lips, but... I know, Sayo published a well thought out and well, how do I put it? He polished his FF7 board, put a lot of effort into it, and it's well thought out and, you know, very succinct. That's a good video. It was a good video. I recommend giving it a watch. Okay, me being the asshole, complete asshole I am, if I had to nitpick, after he shows the diamond weapon fight, I think he says Tifa, and then like the voice kind of like cuts out. I feel like on his like video editor, I feel like it probably trims that bit like incorrectly. Everything else like flows perfectly, but there's just one bit in the board where it's like he says Tifa, and then like suddenly he starts saying something else. It seems like an incorrect transition. Like he's tried to like cut it, and he's just had like one minor error there. Other than that, it's like a really, really, really good video. Like, it flows very well. Very well paced. There's just one very, very minor error where he's cut some of his mic audio in. Yeah, so I think if you watch Saya's video and then you watch Dash's video, which he just published, those two like right together like give like a very good understanding of the run. Like if you watch those two runs, maybe not back to back, but pretty close to each other, like you probably know more than most people, I would say. When I say most people, I don't mean people who are hardcore FF viewers and watch every speedrun and like at least once a day they're probably watching like at least 1 hour of an FF stream somewhere. I'm not talking about those people. Those people are already like way above the curve. But I'm just talking about, you know, you might have someone you're friends with who doesn't even know FF at all, and they watch your stream just because they like your stream. But then they might, like, point out something just to be funny. or just to like deliberately straw man, just to try and press buttons essentially. And like, you know, it's FF7, so you'll inevitably lose the run to some bullshit boss. And then they'll make some joke about you throwing, and you're like, yeah, man. Do I need to explain everything in this game for you to not, like, do that? I feel like those kind of viewers, where they're just watching because they're friends of the person, they don't particularly understand FF and they've never played FF. Like, if they were to watch like those two videos back to back, the one Sayo just published and then one Dash just published, like they would, like their understanding of the game would like grow like exponentially. Yeah, never heard that one before, so ask. Like, there is a lot of stuff in those videos where, like, if you watch FF streams for at least 1 hour a day, you probably already, like, know all that. But you'd still enjoy the video just because, you know, or you'd still enjoy the videos, but it still puts it all into, like, a concise package. So you'd still enjoy the video just because, you know, you just put a lot of effort into it. But, like, yeah, if you watch FF streams for, like, at least 1 hour a day, you probably already know most of the stuff in the videos. But those videos are really, really good for people who... They might watch their friend play FF streams, or FF speedruns, but they don't necessarily understand them or know how they work. Like, they might just hear step count and be like, oh, step count just means that after a certain amount of movement, you get a certain encounter, and the reason they force encounters in those spots is so that they know what encounter they're going to get after a certain amount of movement. And to a slight degree, that is true, but I don't think they fully understand why we walk. Like, I feel like, to a lot of those kind of people, instead of those kind of people, like, I'm fucking trying to shit on people, I'm not. But, for those kind of viewers, to them, when they see people walk, they're probably just assuming they're doing it just to burn the least movement possible. Like, they might see someone walk around the bend for jaywalk before Aeris' house, for example. And then they might be like, oh, they're just doing it so they don't burn movement. That's kind of lame. I thought this was a speedrun. Why are you walking around that bend just to, like, save movement? Why not just, like, have actual good movement running around the corner? Probably is the sort of thoughts they're having. Because they don't truly understand why we walk where we walk. There is a couple of spots where you walk to burn the least movement possible, like, the bolt armlet at the start of this too. Before you're getting onto the world map to do your traversal to Ice Court Inn. To get the bolt armlet, you're better off, like, when you jump to the left, you're better off walking and then mashing rather than running and mashing. If that makes sense. That saves movement. But 9 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100, when we're walking in a speedrun, that's not the reason we do it. We're not doing it to burn the least movement possible. We're doing it to walk under encounters. Which results in us getting the least encounters possible for the round. So each category has a route for steps, or in no slot's case, there's like several step count routes. Even slots, by extension. There have been several step routes, but for no slots there are currently 2 major step routes that are considered viable for the run. If you walk where you're supposed to walk, and don't waste too much movement, you will get the minimum possible encounters based on the enemy skills you need to get throughout the run. There is still a way to get less encounters than what we do, but the step count is also based on us getting enemy skills. So, like, based on the step route I'm doing, I'm pretty sure there's a way to get less encounters than what we get. Like, I'm not denying that, but because we need to hit certain formations have certain enemy skills that we need to buff up our party and to give our party enough defense and stuff like that. If I follow this step route properly and burn the least amount of movement that I can, then I will get the least encounters possible with context, or how do I put this? Okay, relative to the enemy skills that are required for us to finish a run in a decent amount of time. If I was to follow this step through and burn the least amount of encounters properly and walk where I need to walk, I am getting the minimum possible amount of encounters I need to get throughout the run. A very high level, we've seen that walking steps increment encounter less. Steps. No, not necessarily. Biggest example of that is I can think of is in Gungaga, like the first screen where you're holding L1 and you're running left. If you get an encounter, okay, the encounter I'm talking about isn't necessary for what I'm saying, but I'm just talking about what leads to that mistake being made commonly. So, say you're on your way to Gungaga, and you get an encounter on the world map right outside Gungaga. So you're pissed off, you're tilted, and so you forget to hold run. So you're buffering up, coming out of that encounter that you just got on the world map. And you forget to hold X. If you just hold walk and left with your L1 input, while holding L1, you will get that encounter much earlier on the screen. Like, so much earlier. Like, you will be so far behind the steps. So, yeah, walking steps doesn't increment, like, the step ID slower. In fact, it's incrementing step ID at the same speed as if you're running the steps. It's not that the step ID increments higher because you're walking. It's still incrementing at the same rate as while you're running. But because that step ID increments at the same rate as while you're running, you will move for the same amount of time while you're walking. This isn't always the case, but just in layman's terms, you'll walk for the same amount of time as you would be running in that screen, but because you're walking, you'll get that encounter like much earlier. Yeah, it doesn't increment encounter less. A lot of people who don't understand this game, or don't even like understand FF as a whole, they probably just assume that walking less increments like the movement less, so you get your encounter later, but that's not how it works. It's mostly just to walk under encounters. Just to walk under pincers, which are 2 enemies on each side, which are very awkward to get away from, and sometimes you just get unlucky and they just kill you. And it's also to get specific formations that give us enemy skills that we need to finish the run in a decent enough time. For example, before dying, you probably noticed like I'm forcing an encounter right at the top of the screen, which probably looks scary, and it is. At least 3 times I've lost a run to like walking in, sorry, not walking. But at least 3 times I've lost a run to like trying to like go to top of the screen, and I'll get to the top of the screen without entering the load zone. But then I'll try and run like left and right to force the encounter, and then I'll end up like walking into the room. But yeah, you like in this step through, you probably have noticed me like forcing that encounter at the top, and that's the reason we do it. We need that laser in it, enemy skill. It's not a case of we're forcing that encounter to set up for encounters later. It does do that, but that's not the reason we're doing it. We're doing it to get any skill, essentially. When you say a walk under encounter, I think there's a certain amount of steps to hit an encounter. You make your encounter do enough underneath. Make the counter be underneath that encounter? No, like the variables still like advance in the same way. It's just, you know, based on each screen, there's a certain amount of danger in layman's terms that gives you an encounter. But sometimes if you walk like, if you're walking the whole way up to that point, it will skip an encounter. And so that allows you to get that formation, or get an encounter like a lot earlier. Sorry, a lot later. I mean, you know, I'm not obligated to explain to the peanut gallery how the game works, but I still, like, you know, when I'm running sometimes, I can't help but have in the back of my mind, like, man, I bet if some random who started watching the stream right now, they'd probably be like, well, why are you doing this? You're just doing this to burn, like, the least movement possible. Well, this was a speedrun. I just imagine people thinking stuff like that, and, yeah, Side's video and Dash Retro's latest video, they're both very good. I could see someone who's never played this game before, like, just learning a whole lot just from watching those two videos back to back. Fuck off. Oh, man, come on. Whatever. I'm just gonna get up to elevator and mess it up and then switch to something else anyway. There's no point caring about the pace. Yeah, I know I should probably take stairs now, but, like, I mean, if my pace is bad, I'm mentally checked out anyway, and just go for it. But at least that means that now, if, you know, if I do mess up elevator, which I probably will, then nothing's lost. I could also just mess up guard skip now. Also, like, people who are used to running games where if they mess up a skip, they can keep going for that skip over and over again. Like, they might end up losing a PB because of it, but there's still always the option to just keep going for the skip. People are used to runs like that. Like, they probably see me mess up CC skip, and then I'm trying to recollect myself, and they probably come in and just see I'm just, like, sat there. And the game's just like, the bug is just stood there and they probably don't understand what's going on. And if I tried to explain to them, oh, I messed up a skip, like, they're probably like, oh, like, surely you can just re-attempt it. And because I'm already tilted, I don't want to have to sit there and fucking explain it to them, because then, like, then I'll be even more mad about the fact that I just messed up CC skip. So I choose to not explain it to them, because I'm just like, no, I'm too tilted to fucking bring this up. I'm not going to talk about this. It's just going to fucking piss me off even further. And because I don't want to talk about it, they probably just assume, like, why aren't you just trying it again? Just do the skip again and then reset. Like, find it super interesting. Been watching FF7 for years, way before Calm Skip was the Scar, and you still don't know much about it. You know a little bit about step count, etc. Yeah. I mean, step count in this game basically works the same as FF7, with some exceptions. So, in FF8, say you exit a menu, for example, and you're buffering a direction leaving the menu. The steps won't start incrementing, and all the step variables won't start advancing until the screen's fully faded in. Your movement will still go, but nothing will change until the screen's actually faded in. That's like the biggest difference. So based on that, you can technically catch up on steps by menu buffering. Oh, photo skip. Yeah, I mean, people make fun of NMS runners because it's like, man, calm skip's such a big skill check. They just don't want to be skill checked. They just want to sit there and put their feet up. It's like, you know, like before calm skip, there was photo skip, and that's a skill check. I mean, sure, we do paralysis dodges elsewhere in a run. You know, we do Jesse skip, we do bar skip, we do Eleanor skip. You know, we already do skips like that in the run, so I guess that is a potential argument to what I'm saying there. Because, like, oh, you're already doing paralysis dodges throughout the run, so doing that instead of calm skip isn't really a skill check. But, like, photo skip is a unique thing. It is a paralysis dodge type thing, but, like, you are doing it slightly differently to the way you do the other ones. It's still cool, you know? When I was new to this run, like, I wouldn't have step count whatsoever, but I'd still go for photo skip and just hope that I don't get killed by fucking random encounters. But I mean, yeah, like, No Major Skips also has Stinger Skip, which is a pretty huge skill check. Exactly, okay, yeah, what Kevin's saying, that ties into what I was saying just now. Like, when I first started running this game, I would do photo skip, you know, I'd like way off steps. And I would just hope that I don't get fucking killed. Before calm skip, I had never finished a run on steps, even with skipping the water ring. Because skipping the water ring saves a lot of movement. Yeah, sure, like, if you haven't routed your, like, menus properly, you're probably going to lose 30 seconds in the deal. But if you have routed, like, a water ring, if you have a water ring skip backup as part of your guild route, which I do, you can save a lot of movement by just skipping the water ring. But the first run I ever finished on steps was with calm skip. And, like, I cheated by skipping the water ring, just to save movement. Both my vanilla PB and my CSR PB finished the run fully on steps. But my vanilla PB does that by skipping the water ring. What a shit time, holy fuck. Or whatever. But yeah, the only run I finished on steps without skipping the water ring was on CSR, and of course that was with calm skip. Because the first CSR got made, like, way after calm skip got found. Even with skipping the water ring to make up movement, before calm skip, I had never finished a run of steps, like, ever. And because the steps, or like, yeah, because the field, like, a lot of the field screens in the calm flashbacks, they are hostile screens. Like, people underestimate how nice that is for steps to not have to worry about, like, having good movement and walking the correct amount of steps there. Like, someone might watch a No Major Skips run and just be like, lol, they're trash, they don't want to do calm skip. But, like, actually, you know, They got to memorize and get used to what good movement and step counting is on those screens that are skipped. And they have to do that, otherwise they can't do stinger skip. If they mess up their movement or they, like, on the walk at any point before stinger skip, that fucks that whole thing up. They can't really go for it anymore after that point. I was about to say something, but I realised it's kind of impudent and like narrow-minded towards the amount of routing that's been going into like the new Oceanfly routes or route. There has been a lot of thought and a lot of effort and a lot of like testing done to make sure that route is as efficient as it can be. So what I'm gonna say, it's kind of like narrow-minded and rude, and yeah, honestly, it is, I don't know, kind of a shitty thing to say, just based on all that. But it is a thought that's entered my mind. I kind of see any percent in FF7 now, the same way Link to the Past runners see major glitches any percent in that game. I know that's a fucking steaming pile of dog shit take, but I don't know. Not in terms of how impressive it is, just in terms of like how little like obviously like FF7 any percent is way more technical than no major glitches. Sorry, major glitches any percent in Link to the Past. Much more. Like, and a lot more thought has been put into it. But just in terms of how like tempted I am to try the route out, FF7 any percent has as much appeal to me as like major glitches any percent in Link to the Past. That's how I see it. What the fuck? Oh, what am I doing? This is already so fucking bad, man. I'm getting worse each time I play this game, I swear. That's fine. I don't care that I'm doing shit today. I wasn't meant to be playing today, so it's fine. We have a kind of lax attempt today, I think. I say that, I'm still probably just gonna fucking call it if we don't get elevator, but... I'm gonna run against worse segments. I don't care if someone comes in and thinks I'm shit, because at the moment I am shit. I just am. I am shit at the moment. And that's a fact, so... There's no good me worrying about someone coming in and thinking I'm shit based on how slow the split times are, because I am shit at the moment. I mean, if someone picked up the run and got like an 11 like our time, I'd be happy because someone else is running the game. I would like, you know. If that was someone's first run time, they're doing better than me. My first run was like 16 hours. And that was with guard skip. But yeah, I was supposed to be like working today anyway, so let's just chill. Just chill. Yep. I'm the sort of runner that starts with a lot of fat on the meat and then like trims it down. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it wasn't emulator fastest speed PSX Vin. Which, back in the settings people were using for DuckStation for this game, those settings were faster than PSX Vin. But compared to the settings that people use now, PSX Vin's faster than that. PSX Vin is like slightly faster than PS2 even. What, 16th from the turbo board? Oh, you mean my 653? That run is fucking terrible. If someone else had that time as that non-turbo time, I'd be happy for them. Be like, man, that's a sick time. Good shit. But in context to myself and how long I've been playing it, that is not a good time. I could do much better than that. Alright, fair. Take care. Maybe we should run against those splits. There you go. And even these splits have elevator in them. Golden Star Heroes, that's even worse RNG than this game. I've been really slacking with that fast talk text box lately. I think Gunstar Heroes was on Wii PC. If I was to play that game, it'd probably be... yeah, it's on Virtual Console. It'd probably be the Wii PC version. I say that, but like... The audio on Dynamite Heady, on the WBC version, is like so fucked. I hate it. It sounds awful. It looks great with RGB, but it sounds really bad. Like, I think for Dynamite Heady, I'd rather play on emulator and have it like sound better and look slightly worse than have it on my TV where it looks really good but it just sounds awful. We got the bloop, and then I bonked. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Yeah, only on a no reset. Still in the top half of my attempts. On my YouTube feed last night, I think it was the night before last night, I came across a clip from Only Play's FF7 playthrough. I might watch that at some point. Feels really bad to continue a run like this, but have one and done in the title, and that's the way it has to be. Playing so shit today. Still in my top half of runs there. I mean, that bottom half were like really bad paces, but we're still in my top half. 113 and 227. Just don't even think about it. There's no point thinking about it, I'm just gonna mess up elevator anyway, so... Don't worry about it. You won't have to sit through this pace for much longer. Don't know why my splits are on the left-hand side now, so I've just disabled them for now. Okay, if I get an encounter trying to jaywalk, then see if I can control Z the splits back. Let's see, control Z. There we go. I'm not sure if there was a glow at the end or not. I'm going to assume it was a glow, just so it can run left immediately and get to Group 4, which is one of the better groups. If there wasn't a glow, then it's Group 9, which is good if you have list 199, but it's list 105. I think Group 9 is like generally only that good if it's a 199 list. I think if we assume there was a glow at the end, which it very much looked like there was, then we hit Group 4 by running left immediately. So I'm going to assume there was a glow, because it looked like there was a glow. And if we don't make it, then we know that the reason is because we didn't get a glow. Or there wasn't a glow right at the end, like it looked like there was. There are only 2 different frames on this specific list on this group. There's only 2. Normally it's 3 to 5, but there's only 2 we can hit here, 16 or 18. It's crazy. We didn't make the group. Alright, GG's. There's no floor 22 on the second jump, so we just didn't make the group again. Cool. I just need to play out as many runs as I can, as shitty as the pace is, until we suddenly start getting it again. That's just what I'm gonna be. That's just what I'm gonna have to do. Unfortunately, it's the way it's gonna have to be. Time for my viewer count to drop in half. Or to drop by half, cut in half, whatever you want to call it. Didn't make the group. Okay, something's going horrendously wrong somewhere. Something is going very wrong. Something somewhere is going horrendously wrong, and I can't think of what it is. That one I just did had a delay 2 frame on the last screen where list is moving, and that's why I hesitated there. So I'm still going to try again, just based on that. Maybe we get a seed which is a bit more favorable. Yeah. Yes, it did. I'm gonna go back to 0 brightness on the video player and see if it works. Or put it down to -100 brightness, I mean. I put it up to 0 before. The waterfall seems to be working, like, I time the intervals between the glows and it's giving me results on the sheet. I don't know what's, like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's giving me results and I'm doing the movement based on results it's giving me. And it's just not working. Even in practice now, it's just not working. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. The waterfall's working, otherwise it would come up NA or not detected or, like, nothing found. It would come up something like that, but it's not coming up that. So the waterfall's working. I'm just messing up my movement somewhere, and I don't know where. Your step ID does, but your danger and your form ID does not. The step count is irrelevant to this anyway. The formations are like the type of encounters you get, like the camera angle and the encounters you get in them. Step ID is like when you load up a save, the step ID updates to what's on the save. Everything else is still a 0 from a boot. But that's irrelevant to this anyway. This is all list based and stone value based. So elevator manip is based on the assumption we're getting stone 33, which is what the stone gets set to when we do this minigame here. Okay, that load was pretty bad. I think my laser might be on its way out. That sets the stone value to 33. Which, regardless of what I said earlier, is carried over because we haven't done a hard reset. Like, so long as it's soft reset and the values that are changed, they're maintained. Aside from danger, that always gets set back to 0. But our stone value is set to 33 there from doing the squats. And we track the glows here. My video player settings exactly the way they were. Well, I'm brighten this up. The jumps you get in the elevator are enough to do your step route count. They're enough to do the steps. It's to do with lists, frame timing, and positions. Step count doesn't affect it. No problem. Don't know if you want elevators to run on the stairs back in the... Yeah. It's the case when I first got run on this game as well, which was a shame because I took elevator when I was playing this game casually, and I had to adapt to taking stairs, and then I went back to being the elevator was optimal. we didn't make the group again. We just didn't make the group again. Yeah, I'll show you a group 0, list 0. On a hard reset. It's gonna work. And this, I'm like, the group 0 list 0 is gonna work immediately, and this just isn't gonna work. Like the actual build up to it, for whatever reason. But I'll show you it anyway, just to give you a general idea of what we're looking to do.
It's not over yet.
I'm gonna have to remove it from live split. Let's see. Where's my flow timer thing? I'm gonna just have to remove it. You guys aren't gonna be able to hear it. Remove. Close flow timer. Yeah, you guys just aren't gonna be able to hear it anymore. I'm starting to think that OBS is like adding delay to it or something. I wasn't expecting to lose a minute to Bronco to Coral minute, but below match stairs, but it's the deficit of taking stairs plus the fact that I'm expected to fail Bronco to Coral minute. I'm gonna intentionally press it later this time, see what happens. It's the only way I'm gonna sort this out. I don't know why it's giving me 13 there. It should be giving me 15. You wanna get 15, 17, or 19 now. It's giving me 13, which is the lowest possible one. And it's not on this group, and I don't think it's on any of the groups. I'm getting 13 now, and I don't get why. I'm gonna have to intentionally press it later than the sound. Let's see if that gives me it. And if that gives me it, then that means there's something wrong with my installation of flow timer somewhere. Yeah, I'm starting to think there's something wrong with the fucking program. I got it basically my first run coming back after a week away, and I was just like not even working from the hard reset and loaded up the one save. Press it late on purpose. I'm gonna press it late on purpose. Late on purpose, remember that. I can't even get it from, like, I can't even get it just putting it into the save from a reset, from a hard reset. I can't even get it from there anymore. Imagine if after all this time and time that was because I'm playing on the fucking backup disc. Imagine. I don't think that's the reason though. Can't be. The loads seem to be the same. Need to turn the fast boot off on this call. Just to make sure it's off. Okay, well, I've made the save. What if I just boot into the game? Okay. Made the save, so that should do it properly now. Why isn't it showing anymore? Okay, there it is. Okay. Finally, we're hitting 15 again. Finally. I'm starting to get 415 again, which for this group and this list is dead on. This specific group with this specific list, I don't think the list is even relevant, but just this specific group has a frame range of -1 to +2, so if you're in that window, you can still do ham and it, but what I'm aiming for is 415. 13's not in any of the groups. On this specific group, with list 0, you want 15, 17, or 19. It seems like a skill issue. I guess I've been pressing the button too early, even though it felt fine. I'm still getting 413 sometimes. When I aim for +1 frame range, like, if I aim for a frame slower than the one I've been aiming for, I always get it, and I don't hit the wrong thing. Like, if I aim for floor 17, which is +1, I either get 19, 15, or 17. If I aim for 15, sometimes I get 13. So it is a rhythm issue, yeah, that's a skill issue, essentially. It might not necessarily explain why I've been messing my movement on the way up to the elevator. I could still be going wrong there somewhere and not being able to tell. But at the very least, like on Group 0, List 0, which is what you get when you boot the game up and just load the save. Skill issue, definitely. It's a timing thing, so... Like, the more and more I'm loading up this state, more often than not I'm getting 415, so that means I'm getting used to the rhythm again, so yeah. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if that is the case, I'm just gonna have to look at Zeal's input display, I think. I could just... I mean, I've played the game enough now to the point where I shouldn't need an input display, but... I know that Zeal uses an input display, and his 653, like, does it, so I can just copy his movements if that is an issue. Hate doing that. That's 4-7. Wait, what? I did 7 with 1 buffer. Okay. That's 4. No, I fucked it. Okay, this time, when I get 15, I'm just going to aim for the same position every time. Because I'm starting to get 415 now, so I want to make sure that I'm not going to mess up the jumps, and then I can start going for the try-hard positions again. -1. Floor 19 works, but I'm trying to make sure I can actually hit it dead on for tighter minutes. Some manips are like a 3-frame window, whereas the one I'm aiming for now is a 4-frame window. So even though I'm still hitting the range on this, I want to make sure I can hit the tighter minutes. I mean, it's good to know that I'm consistently getting within the range now, but I want to be able to get what I aim for. In case I'm using in case I'm going for a manip that doesn't have such a wide frame of lenience. Or such a large, like, window of lenience, I mean. 415, cool. Okay, now I'm going to aim for position 2 every time. It's just annoying, because like, I got them in it, first run back. been away for a week. And suddenly the timing just like goes out my head just like that. Like it's just weird. That's for free. Oh, sorry, just for free. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's position 4. Wait. Four. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 6, that's 5 uppers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, cool. I was trying to aim for the same position every time and I failed there. Just need to stay in emulator until I can aim for the same position every time. Fuck, I hate doing that. I hate doing that. Why does my mind go, oh, I'm going to press X at the same time as flow timer, so I'm going to press circle. It's annoying. Oh, what are you doing? Come on. Why are you pressing circle? How are you doing that? Early. One frame early. Alright, it's good that I made the range, but I'm trying to hit the actual aim target frame, which is 415. Still in range, but not good enough. Early. Late? That felt early, but it's late. I don't know about that. Let's see how it goes there. I think it might be less of an issue with the timing that I'm pressing the button at. I think it might be more of an issue with the timing of me pressing control on my keyboard as I'm leaving the menu, if that makes sense. It might be more to do with that. Like, I might be pressing firm input on the panel just fine. I might just not be, like, starting my flow timer at the correct time, if that makes sense. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You think that isn't the problem? Because it's literally just you press X at the same time as hitting the key on the keyboard. So you wouldn't imagine that that's the reason. fuck's sake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Position 9. It's pretty hard to aim for. That's position 10, I believe. Okay, free buffer. Yeah, it was position 10. Okay. Well, I was able to recognize that, so that's good. That's a slow minute, but I managed to back up going for position 9 and play them to get position 9. I was able to recognize that it was position 10 instead, so that was good. All I have. Oh, it's just as well. I'm gonna get distracted with that shit. Yeah, that felt late. What's 16 on here? Oh, 16 is like either really early or really late. Early? Yeah. Again, still in the frame window, but it's not the one I want to aim for. Yeah, that felt late. And it was +1, so... hate doing that. I really hate doing that. Not a fan. Stop! Just press X. Why are you pressing circle, you fucking Dumbass. Okay. Aim for the same position every time. Which, by the way, you can only do that if you aim for the neutral position every time. But aim for any other positions, it affects what the amount of buffers you want to do for the rest of the minute. But if you aim for neutral position every time, and you get neutral position every time, then the amount of buffers you have to do for that position will remain the same for each jump. Yeah, I'm just going to make sure I can do neutral position each time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And it's 3. That's position 3. 1. No? What? Oh, did I do 1 buffer and not 2? I think I did 1 buffer and not 2. One, 2, 3, 4. What? Oh, I forgot to. Okay, earlier I put position 4 buffer into the override. Okay, I see what's going wrong now. So it should have been position 2 0 buffer I would be going for. We still got the correct timing, I just forgot to delete something from the sheet earlier. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 10. I would just Control Z it away, but then the list on the sheet changes from 0 to 160. That's the reason I'm not just Control Z in, to make sure whatever I put into the sheet doesn't override what I'm trying to do. Because then I have to reset the list value back to 0. I'm so thankful that RetroArch runs the games at the correct refresh rate, though. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to practice with the save state like this, and it'd be the same as console. Because it is the correct refresh rate, that means I can just load up the state, and aside from the extra frame added because of the USB controller, it's still the same timing, roughly. You're still going to be within the same frame window. That being said, though, if you are using a different emulator that does run at 60 Hz and not 59.8 blah blah blah, we do have a different, like, flow timer file that you can use. It's the BizHawk one rather than the console optimized one. But on RetroArch, you can use the console optimized one, and it's the same thing. I think you can set dock station to the same as well, to be honest. Okay. Make sure there's nothing overriding. No, there's not. I've just checked my sheet now. I haven't overridden anything with the numbers from the last attempts. Aim for the same position each time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, next one 0. First menu doesn't count, that's why it's 0 and not 1. Then position 3. No. I told myself I'm gonna aim for the same position every time. So aim for the same position every time. One buffer. Okay. I'm gonna go for stone minute here though, just because it's a thing I can go for. That's position 5. Fuck's sake. I was almost free from here. I was almost free, but I decided to go for the stone minute. I was almost out of there. But I'm gonna make sure that. Okay, that's position 1, so that's 3 buffer. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that works. And now trying to. Position 2. That's position 3, so that's 1 buffer. So that means I would have made it had I chosen not to do the stone minute at the end. But because I did have to rewind there, that means I have to do it again on emulator or go to back console. That's just yeah. Right. We did cheat right at the end though, so I still have to do this again. We're not free just yet. We don't get to move back to console just yet because of that mistake. What's up, Jake? Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Means we have to do 1 buffer instead of 0 when we aim full position 2 here, and then forget it. That's position 3, which ended up being faster. Again, which also ended up being faster. Okay, I haven't hit a single position 2 here, so I'm gonna go for stone minute again. Position 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. We can move back to practice this console. No? What's up? Okay. I was hitting 413 before, so this is already an improvement. Special 5, so that's 2 buffer. 1, 2. The aim position 4 here. I have to back up with 15 buffers, which is really bad, but special 3, so that's 1 buffer. Five, 1, 2, 3. We're back. We're back. Let's fucking go. I messed up the stone in it, but we're actually hitting it now, which is definitely a big improvement than like compared to how it has been the past 2 or 3 days. It's annoying because literally when I got back after being a week away, I know I've said that fucking like over 10 times now. I was away for a week, I came back. The first run I did, I got the elevator in, and then like it just, it's like my brain was like, oh, we've taken a break and we come back and we do it right. So just like take all the contents from my brain and just put it in the bin. Yeah, still a long way to go to get back to where we were, but you know, we're back into the swing of it now. Okay, we can roll out OBS flow timer being an issue because I removed flow timer from OBS earlier and I still was in floor 13, so we can rule that out, which is good. That means I can add it back. Audio input capture? Audio output? Is it audio? Audio input capture. I think it's audio output capture. I mean, I have people here, so you guys can let me know if you can hear it through OBS or not. Cap T, please. Okay. Name is already in use. Where? Let's see. Copy it from my other scene. Paste it here. Okay. Monitor off. Alright. Yeah, you guys can let me know if you can hear it or not. Oh, great. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right when I was getting back to the swing of it, it's my fucking real throat. Hate doing that. I hate doing that. Really, really hate doing that. Just don't even listen to yourself. Just keep doing it. Just, you know. X, not circle. There. Good job. It's a pretty noticeable gap between X and circle. Like, what is wrong with my brain? The question is, did any of you hear that? Nope. Let's see, properties. It's a lot. By the time I build 48. Change to something else real quick and then change it back. Yeah, I would do that. But I'm a bad streamer and I like watching streams while I'm streaming. Showing up in OBS. Okay, that's +1. You hear it? Alright. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I just, like, I tried to copy it from my other scene, but then I forgot to, like, configure it to, like, the actual flow timer instance that I have running. I think that's what the problem was. Yeah, so it's like, so that's 4. You probably didn't hear the 4th one, because I hit confirm at the same time. Just 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's position 4. Let's see. 4 and 6 is 28. Okay, yeah, on the sheet that's 28. Yeah, I just messed up then. Yeah, I just do the default one because I'm boring. Refuse to try and optimize it. It works, so I don't know. There might be a better setup out there that works better for me, but... Okay. Well, we added flow timer back to OBS, and you guys can hear it, and we still hit within the range of the floor jumps. Like, we were still within the range. It was +1, but I was within the range, so we can rule that out as the cause of me fucking up before. I think the timing issue is less about me pressing the panel with the confirm button. I think it's more about me, like, incorrectly pressing the keyboard key as I'm exiting the menu. I think that's the bigger... Oh, I think that was the bigger problem, is that... Yeah, that shit is crazy. I definitely still feel like I was pressing the panel correctly before. I feel like I was just, like, pressing the key on the keyboard at the incorrect timing. So, like, went all out of sync. Come on, you stupid fuck. Come on. What are you doing? That's... I'm gonna assume that's -1, even though it felt late. It felt late, but it didn't feel 2 frames late, so I'm gonna assume that's a -1. Go for position 5, 6 buffers. Oh, aim for position 4, because we got to aim for that with the stone anyway. That's position 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we get stone in it? Again. No stone in it. I mean, it doesn't matter because we're not going to get that far. Still be good to know that I can hear runs. I love it when my OSSC does that. I'll keep practicing this group and list until either I hit a floor 15 and hit every jump correctly, or I'm within the range and I hit stone manip and the 0 buffers correctly. Until either of the two things happen, or both at once, I'm going to keep practicing this. Alright, good luck, Jake. Thank you. Ollie. Okay, I guess we're up +2. Let's see. 3-0. No, because that's 4-5-1. we were just too early regardless. Okay. Double check this on FDS. I don't think it matters, but it shouldn't matter anyway. Just in case it does. In theory, it shouldn't matter though, whether it's FDS or SDS. Because the variables are still like starting up when they should be, regardless of how fast or slow the loads are. Just gotta remind myself that on gotta remind myself that on emulator earlier I was getting it. Fine. Just gotta keep reminding myself of that. And now we're just adjusting back to the latency that's on console compared to emulator. Wait, do I even have it on the correct setting? Pretty sure I do. I'm gonna check while I'm waiting for it to do this thing. Yeah, 193, that's the correct one. Alright, cool. Now for the big boy. Now we're practicing the PSX specific part. I mean, technically it can apply to PC, but hard resets are like so much faster on there that they just, you know, they just take the group 0 list 0. And also, you know, their step route is built around it, so if you decide to do that, then your step count wouldn't be appropriate to the route you're trying to follow. You don't technically have to run left here, but I'm going to do it just to try and shuffle the RNG up a little bit more. Yeah, your mashing speed in this section doesn't matter. List isn't moving in any of these screens. So I had to step away to do something just now, and in theory it's not going to make any difference. And I've practiced like this in the past, it's made a difference, so... I do need to fucking track the glows now, though. Well, that's fucked it. Okay, at least now when it doesn't work, we'll know it's because of that. But every other time I've attempted it today, I haven't fucked up that last part, like I did just there. That lost over a second, so yeah, pretty much 100% convinced that this isn't going to work. Work? Question mark? Okay, we made the group this time, I just messed up. I messed it up, like, midway. But we actually did make the group this time, so... definitely a good improvement. Okay, so that's a problem screen now. That's become a problem screen. Hasn't been a problem screen for like 2 years now. But now that I've been running up there so many times, I've become complacent on it. And now it's become a problem screen. This specific manip is a delay 2 frame anyway, so it should still work, but I need to keep my eye on that. It's 2 attempts in a row where bombs there. Every other attempt today before the time I got the flow timer thing sorted out, I haven't bonked at all on that final screen, but now I am, so I'll keep an eye out on that. About a frame late instead of 2 frames early, so I'm going to assume that. Okay, I'm starting to get worried about my laser. Like, loading up these saves, I've noticed some places where the game, like, freezes for, like, a quarter of a second. Never has it been on that screen, though, and that's one of the screens where a list is moving, which could mess up this whole thing. I've never seen it lag in that spot before. That actually does make me worried about my laser a little bit. There's a bit of a cause for concern. If we don't get this manip, then I'm just gonna chalk it down to that and then just stop for today. If my laser is gonna start having issues, then there's not really much point in continuing to play for now. The sooner my Mister comes in, the better. At the moment, there's no concrete date when they're gonna get sent out. I do have it pre-ordered. Then I won't have to play in this shitty piece of hardware anymore. I still will if I manage to de-rust fully and I'm going for like good times. But even with a slower time, I should be able to like roughly estimate what the time would be on PS2. I played the game enough to know what good runs feel like, you know. It wouldn't be exact, but you know. I'll be able to tell if a run feels good enough to have as my PB, even if it is on slower loads. Yeah, I don't care so much about going for good times anymore, I just want to play the game. And if my PS2 start being shit, then I can't really do that. Okay, I didn't delay my frames by 2. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Fuck's sake, yapping bastard. Stop yapping. That delay at the end, what I was supposed to do. Too busy daydreaming about some funny fucking FPGA device. I can't hit big shoes or cheat 100 up to it though, smilers. I mean, you could technically play on a patched ISO, but I feel like that's a lot easier to detect. Yeah, well, nowadays I care less about going for times that are considered fast, I just care about going for a run that actually feels good to me. So if I end up getting a better run than my PB that's on Mister instead of fucking PS2, I don't care if the time's gonna be faster or slower, like, I don't really care. I'm not going for a world record, so it doesn't matter. Just go for a run that feels good. I know Summer Best is kind of a meme for this game, but there's like a 12-minute diff between my Summer Best and PB on PS2. If I can get my PB down to that on Mister, and the run doesn't feel shit, then I'll probably know that it's roughly around there. I hate having to cut grind short to something that's not even to do with like in-game mechanics. I want to stop my own terms. What am I doing? Soft reset, man. Come on. Wake up. There are a bunch of memes about Mister and people who never shut up about fucking FPGA. It is a bit of a meme, but at the same time, like, consistency for speedruns is, like, very much something I'd want. You know for a fact it's going to be consistent throughout. Anything bad that happens, you know it's not to do with the hardware. You know for a fact it's something that you did incorrectly somewhere. Oh wow, we actually get a different seed this time than the seeds we've had the last 5 attempts. That's good. Something new, something different. Let's double check. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. 2, 3, 6, and 12. Group 12 is... something I haven't used in a month, apparently. Run up plus 46. Okay. Well, the game didn't like freeze in the spot that it did earlier. So I'm just gonna consider the thing that happened earlier as a fluke, and that's not gonna happen every time. But now I'm just gonna consider it a fluke and not to do with the laser. The game didn't like stay frozen; it just froze for like a second. But it was enough for me to be concerned, but it didn't happen this time around. So plus run up plus 46. Okay, looks like I've rectified the problem. However, there's still a chance I messed up the third list variable screen. It has a -10 to +5 frame range on that screen. There's still a chance that I messed it up. If we don't make this minute, then I'm gonna chop it down to that. I'll chop after that. I think we might have hit -2 there. Yeah, we just didn't hit the group. We didn't hit the group. Must have been that third screen. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume it's that. Must have been that third screen messed up. But I mean, ever since I started doing elevator manip, that first screen has always been a problem for me. So, yeah. I'm gonna take 5 minutes. Alright, good. No one's around to keep me accountable. There we are. I've got to ask myself, do I even want this? Like, I thought, like, oh, it'll be easy. I'll just retrace the steps. I'll just retrace the steps of the mining path I was taking. Like, I don't know, in my head, it's like, well, when you stop playing a game, you're heading back from your mining path. Like, you'll be digging a bit, and then you're just heading back. And it's just like, it still takes less time to get back to that point than the amount of time it took you to get to that point. But in my head, I was thinking, oh, it's just as easy as just, you've walked away from your digging spot and you're just walking back to it. And the path's already laid out, you just need to keep walking until you get back to where you are. But it's kind of like that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to walk back to my digging spot, but some of the ground is like caved in on the path, and so I'd still need to re-dig some of the path away, if that makes sense. It's still going to take me less time to get back, like, it's going to take me less time to get back to that spot than the amount of time it took me to get to it. But still, it's not a case of just walking back to the digging spot. I need to, like, get rid of the rubble that's, like, the ground is caved in on itself, and I need to, like, redig those places where it's, like, fell down, kind of thing. And at that point, it's like, do I really care enough? Do I really actually care enough? Like, is getting better than the 639 when I changed my life? Probably not. I mean, it'd probably feel good, especially if I, get back into mashing for this game like I did it non-turbo. That probably would feel good, but would it really matter? Like, I'm not ever going to be world record level for this game. In fact, like I said, I'm probably going to be shifting to FPGA soon anyway. And for the emulator settings that are on the board now, you can't get close. I mean, I guess if Luzbo or someone really, really grinded the emulator with the current settings that are allowed on the board, they could probably get, like, below 639. Even with, like, the noticeably slower loads. But for me, I'm not going to get close to the time I have on PS2. So, I mean, at that point, do I really care about the time? If I'm talking about wanting to be able to Mister and do runs on there instead, the loads are slower with the current emulator settings that are allowed. Do I really care enough? Or am I just playing a game again with the hopes of trying to have fun? I mean, I've had fun again so far when I got on best pace and then suddenly I fucked up CC skip. But I still managed to get on best pace despite me being so rusty, like going into Material Keeper. I mean, it was, it felt fun when I was on that pace, but I mean, that pace was like a unicorn. Is that realistically going to happen again anytime soon? It will happen again. Like, I'll get a better pace eventually, but not anytime soon. Not in a reasonable enough time where it's actually going to motivate me to keep playing. I don't know. Am I kidding myself coming back to this game? Like, should I just move the fuck on? Stay in my lane of funny little license games? Like, is that the path I should take? I don't know. As much as I am playing this again with the aim of having fun, I have to ask myself, like, is it because I want to have fun, or is it ego driven? Like, I don't feel like I'm doing it to, like, big up my self esteem, but at least on a subconscious level, like, I don't know, probably it is just to inflate my ego. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I am, but deep down, it could just be for arrogant reasons. Like, if it was really just for fun, I'd be having a fun outside of the times where I've gotten their best pace, like... But I'm not, I don't think. I mean, it's fun, it's been enjoyable to chat. You know, people come in more and more people lurk, and it's good to have people around. I do enjoy that aspect of playing FF7. So many awesome fans of this game that I just really chilled to hang out with. I mean, yeah, even if I got a top tier time in this game, people could still just call me a one trick pony, and it'd probably be valid. So it's like, does it even really matter? Like, if people want to shit me as a speedrunner, like, they can, and they do. So it's like, it doesn't even change anything. It just slightly shifts the goalposts of how you get around doing it, but, like, there's still not a lot of obstacles in the way, and people, like, you know, plenty of things to criticize on. Plenty. Not even just as a player. I don't know. We have at least one more Heiress House cutscene to think about later. Like, if I actually go through the effort and do manage to derust this game, by the time I'm derusted, like, Monocraft's gonna have like a 629. Not that any time above world record is irrelevant, but it's just like, you know. To the most competitive gamers out there, they'll be able to tell, like, what the difference is. I've seen this group and this list way too often today. I've seen it way too many times. I can't bear it anymore. I'm just gonna hope that the muscle memory starts setting in while I'm sleeping tonight. Hope that my brain subconsciously, like, yeah, I hope my mind subconsciously adjusts while I'm sleeping. I mean, I'll probably have work tomorrow anyway. It's still like, yeah, it's still like in the air as to whether I'm working tomorrow or not. It's kind of a coin flip. I mean, even if I don't end up playing this again until Saturday, like, whatever adjustments my mind makes will probably stick after. Thanks, Alcohol. Yeah, it's really annoying. Like, got back from holiday and I literally correctly did a full elevator minute my first run back, and then it just like. Brain was like, oh, well, I guess I can take a break, that doesn't matter, and it just takes everything in my brain and shoves it in a bin. which is very frustrating, but it's cool that we got the rhythm down again. It's good that I've got the timing back on lock. That's the most important thing. Yeah, thank you for watching, everyone. I hope that was insightful. I hope everything I've done today, like, for those who don't fully understand it, I hope it helped your understanding of it a bit. Even if I feel like I've just wasted my time, like, even if any of you understand the strat just even a little bit better, then that makes me feel like this stream wasn't a waste. So, but yeah, if I have work tomorrow, it'll probably be Toy Story Racer, and I'll be playing tomorrow. But if I don't, then play this game again, see how it goes, and then go to something else if the elevator doesn't work again. Yeah, it's like borderline TAS almost. Oh. Okay, Freddy's in YouTube chat, so I changed my mind. I'm gonna continue streaming now. Yeah, like, me continuing to stream isn't, like, that sounds more enjoyable to me than hearing Freddy cough in my ear for an hour. No, I changed my, actually, you know what? Oh no, I'm enjoying streaming. It's fine. Good, the stream is awesome. Man, this is so much fun. I don't have to listen to someone coughing in my ear and, yeah. No, I am joking, but yeah, when I can't stream now, if I'm not going to bed, I'm working on some paperwork that I need to do. So it's either I'm going to bed or I'm doing that. I'm not chilling and fucking sitting around and being a goober. Like, fuck that. But yeah, thank you for watching, everyone. Bye.